Come on, YouTube. Please work with me here, for the love of God. Oh, it's working! Oh, also thank you for the hydrate. Where did I put my water? I put my water somewhere. There we go. Found my water. Hello, excited for more Evangeline adventures. I still can't believe that that's her freaking name. I mean, like, it fits perfectly in the fact that it is a name that it is the complete opposite of a name that I would think fits her. But yes, I think it is finally time to channel my inner, very unethical lawyer. Okay, so I've got... my YouTube stream is working now. My YouTube stream is working now. Excellent. I posted my tweet and stuff. I think I'm good to go. I am already a full day late on doing stuff for Singing March. So I'm going to be posting day 3 tonight, and then I will hopefully be able to record day 4 soon. I have just been really, really running low on time to record. But they will get posted eventually. I might just end up posting like 2 in one day to catch up, because I'm only 1 day behind so far. But I am still, unfortunately, behind. Alright, better call Saul Goodman. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna switch to my gaming overlay. Alright, that's working. That's working. Let's go. Continue. High roller mode. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? Oh, did I? Yes, I did forget. I did remember the game audio this time. Woo! You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs among themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Or wait, no, that's Sarah. Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal, anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? Did we protect Sarah? We did so far. So far she's protected, but as we're about to go to trial, I think it'll probably get worse for her again. Given that she's fairly heavily involved in this case. We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyways? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. Oh, even Morgan's a little bit mean to poor Sarah. She's such a baby. Like, I know that she is, like, physically an adult-adjacent android, but, like, to me, she's just like a baby. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle. So hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. "6:05 p.m., July 1st, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? Must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when we get in there? Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher court. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible. Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had. Such as? Disgust. What? That's all people really care about, what all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything is more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Oh, there we go. 6:24 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Courtroom 48D. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be as decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually. Preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little Agnes was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I figured that you could extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means? Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings, or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So, all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. Okay, what voice do I give her? I feel like she's kind of dramatic. I have nothing to support that assumption other than just the vibes based on her appearance, but I feel like she's kind of dramatic. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call to order the case of the People versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. Oh, I was right. She is dramatic. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? I should have guessed. There is no such thing as a fully serious character in this game. Like, even with the level of atmosphere and gravitas that it has at times, there is no such thing as a completely serious character. This gorgeous bod. I can't say that with a straight face. I cannot say that with a straight face. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he... I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? I didn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. That's the medical examiner, yeah. With the awesome tattoos. It's Yumi. Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection. The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Hey, I didn't even have any influence over that. Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely even gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, hadn't I? Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own through the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller, which I am, so the stakes are higher. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Oh man, okay. So they are going to actively penalize me if I say the wrong thing. And since I'm playing in what's essentially hard mode, it's going to be by more. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seemed by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses, and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. You'll need to read carefully and wait for a witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Okay, so it's similar to a Danganronpa trial then, in that it proceeds automatically, and my job is to just read carefully and watch out for anything wrong. Testimony will keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey, David's contract, Subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. But when a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling, to say the least. Something she said just now doesn't make sense. The clean tox screen. I have evidence that directly contradicts her. I just need to find the right moment to present it. It's the lightheaded, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. I think this is it. After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Hover over the 3 cards that show up, and left-click to make your choice before the timer runs out. That is open your mouth without thinking, huh? There's only room for one airhead in this courtroom, and it's not you. Shit, okay. So I need to respond faster. It's me. Of course, Your Honor. So the whiskey, David's contract, or the upright cup. I need to pause. I need... That's not it. That's not right. I misclicked again. You're joking, right? Just trying to keep things light. I know it has something to do with the talk screen. But I need to review my evidence, is what I need. Evidence. Alright, so I've got the upright cup. Contains no traces of foreign elements. I've got David's contract. Full text of David Asher's employment contract. And then I have the whiskey. No foreign elements or toxins. Okay. I need to not be dumb. And I need to not misclick. I'll need to choose my objections more carefully if I want to get anywhere. Alright, he passed away due to respiratory failure. That checks out. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. That checks out. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and then fainting. That checks out. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. But when a talk screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. It was puzzling, to say the least. Nope, there we go. That's my objection. I need the whiskey. You're joking, right? Wait, is that not it? What is it then? It shouldn't be puzzling because the whiskey wasn't poisoned. I need to go over my evidence again. The whiskey. No foreign elements or toxins. And then I have the upright cup and David's contract. Whiskey, David's contract, and the upright cup. If it's not the whiskey, then it's got to be the upright cup. Puzzling to say the least. Certain patents wouldn't be identified in a tox report. Yes, but I don't have evidence that directly addresses that. She gave us the chemical formula for something that wasn't able to be identified in the tox screen, but I don't have the evidence available for it. The evidence card is not here. I think I need to veto. I'm sure I need to veto the part about the talk screen being negative. But I don't think I have the evidence. Okay, so if it's not the whiskey... Oh, alright, upright cup, I guess. Okay, so what? I don't have the appropriate evidence available, I don't think. And I keep losing my chips really fast. Alright, so I'm gonna go over my evidence again, I guess. I have the whiskey, I have David's contract, and I have the upright glass. Forensic analysis shows no foreign elements or toxins, so maybe it is the whiskey. I know for a fact that it's not David's contract. And since it's not Jung's cup, then it has to be the whiskey, but I'm not entirely sure. This is what I need to call. I'm sure. But it's gotta be the whiskey then. I'm sure it's not. What? I'm sure it's not the contract. I must be objecting to the wrong thing. I've read over his contract again. Maybe it's the line about the drug overdose then? You can't make me go blind? What? Arisu? Also, hi Arisu, welcome. But yeah, what? The redeems. Oh yeah, I turned them off for today because I want to be able to, I need to be able to read for this one. fact that it has... Okay, so I think my only other line that I can actively... They did kind of focus on the clean statement, but... Okay, you know what? I have enough room for one more mistake, and then I'm... If I make one more mistake, then I really don't have a whole lot left to lose, so... I think it's gotta be something to do with this, but... There we go. Okay. It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Oh. That's what it is? I don't know enough about forensic science, I guess, for this. Ah, that makes sense. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega 3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta. Used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta is rarely used to denote an unknown variable, at least to my knowledge. It's usually used to denote change in an established variable. But who knows? Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. David's autopsy, Jung's testimony. So this is negative for poison. Drank with David before he died and didn't see him add anything. Corroborated by cam footage? I think this is it. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing... Okay. Nice. So I got a couple back. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. It's a good thing I'm half decent at blackjack then, although I don't necessarily think that'll necessarily translate to the game mechanic here. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument, and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? No, we're sure it's respiratory failure. We're sure it was ingested. So it's gotta be there. Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? You are always exactly 36 games of blackjack away from $1 billion. I mean, I'm decent at some card games and not great at other card games because card games are all essentially weighing your odds. You have to know what you hold. You have to be able to estimate the odds of the other player holding something better than you, or in the case of blackjack, usually the dealer holding something better than you. And then you have to estimate your odds of beating them. If you know the number of cards in a deck, there's only a set number. There's only 4 of each number, 1 of each suit of each number. So it's usually somewhat easy to guesstimate depending on what you have versus what the other person has. And then sometimes it's just knowing when you're willing to take a risk. It is essentially counting cards, although I never actually gamble, so I'm not exactly too worried about getting in trouble over it. Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur. Alright, so I got evidence. I'm gonna press. You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course, but without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure it was ingested? Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but I'm gonna stay. You sure it was respiratory failure? Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Oh, shit, I went over. You could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right, thank you for that. Are you sure it was ingested? That's my only other line of questioning. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Oh, there's the weak part of the argument. Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have just been a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Seems like that's... nice. Okay, so I lost a crap ton of chips, but now I have a better idea of how this is gonna go. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened... Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with the Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises. Give me half a second. I just thought up a theory and I have to check it. Okay, so I was looking at the tenets. Subconscious priorities hard-coded into all automated dependents. Software demonstrably capable of disregarding its own tenets is the most commonly utilized legal and technical definition of artificial intelligence. Any automated dependent suspected of having such a capacity is to be immediately decommissioned. Yep. Okay, so I think my theory is maybe not entirely right, but definitely in the right vein. We found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witnesses and the deceased drank from. So, what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Alright, the upright cup. David's cup. Poison. Alright, so I'm gonna look over my evidence again. I need the upright cup, David's cup, and the poison. David's cup was inconclusive for toxicology. The upright cup is empty of poison, and the whiskey is empty of poison. So it was upright cup, David's cup, and then the poison itself. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse. That's important. Asher met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. That tracks. He's the one who prepared their drinks. That tracks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. That's my call. No, it's not. Damn it. That's cute, counselor. You almost made a salient point. Do I get points for that? Boy, I hope not. Otherwise, I wouldn't get to do this. Overruled. Okay. I'll need to make objections more carefully to that. Okay, so I have the upright cup, David's cup, poison. So the poison's not right. I'm gonna go through the whole testimony first, I think. There was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip in something. Check. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. It seemed pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement, and there was no poison anywhere else. Alright. She slipped up there and made a claim she can't actually support. All I need to do is point it out. Then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. She can't prove that he poisoned himself. I think it's that he drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. In that you can't prove that his cup was poisoned. Yes, okay. I was on the right track. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. It's playing games on her. Well, it's not. It doesn't really look like a phone. It looks like she's just playing games on like a handheld console. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby. Fire away. Baby. Alright, Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Anyone else in the building? The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. I'm gonna test my other possibilities. Ever seen poisoning himself? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems like he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Any poison in the kitchen? Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or the parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Alright, so I'm almost at 21. I need to be real careful what I do here. Well, it's a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all. What about a poison container? At any point in the investigation was poison found on the body of the deceased? No? He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. They can't prove he was... Well, I mean, other than the presence of Delta in his system, they can't prove that he was poisoned or that the poison is what killed him. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? There we go. Blackjack. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But that means they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe, either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source. Shit. That's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Yep, I knew that was going to be important. Sold under the product name Manufacturer. Oh, I know this one! It's used in delicate synthetic work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randolph Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the manufacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Well, thank you for the hydrate. I probably should. I put my water somewhere. There it is. Alright. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic product from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Wait a second. Didn't it say that it was sealed during the... Yeah, it's vacuum sealed during the mixing. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn. Sarah. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Alright, so now that's updated in my evidence. Good. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. And the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? Oh, another hydrate. Yeah, I could do that again. She has the timeline correct so far, I believe. I can look through my evidence. 7:36 p.m., returned at 7:40. Alright, that's correct so far. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup, by placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Oh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about to wrap up here, no? Oh, she does the anime glasses thing. I wish I could do that. I feel like that'd be a cool toggle to have. Just, like, shine go over my glasses. Maybe if I ever get another model, I'll try and have that as a toggle. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? Adonai, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor, are we done here? I need to go over my evidence. Manufacturer is the first thing I need to look at. There it is. Capable of assembling organic or inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum-sealed mixing. Found at Noble's factory show floor, as well as inside David Asher's personal lab. Presets on David's model's history exist for a compound identical to the substance found in his bloodstream after his death. 2 minutes of mixing. I don't think I have anything to disprove her at the moment. Emma's argument's missing something, or it's foolproof. So, it's not quite as clear as it was. Emergency console. And it's David's autopsy. Alright, so lost consciousness, cause of death respiratory failure, unknown substance detected in bloodstream, approximately 20 milligrams. Loud curling handwriting at the bottom reads, "What the hell is TalkScreen? Send attending physicians back to med school." Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. Water glass, executive 4 plan. I don't have any evidence to prove her wrong right now. The people's argument more or less paints a complete picture. Very big of you to admit it. So are we done here? Is what I would say if they had established motive already. Smooth recovery, hadn't I? Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... This feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence. Gimme. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call. If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be... relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac? You there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... No, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Sometimes I feel like I'm watching a JoJo visual novel. It is a little bit like that. Although I like that the character designs are, like, halfway between cartoonish and grounded. Like, on one hand, take Porter, for example. On one hand, he really does look sort of, like, exaggerated. Like, his character design is exaggerated. On the other hand, it is exactly what I would expect a bassist who plays in an EDM club to look like. Characters are beautifully drawn. I like it. Yeah, the designs are really good, I think. Each of them, like, suits each character and tells you enough about the character without, like, leading you towards untrue conclusions. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Father. It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? There's something she's expecting. That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in Victory. So does that mean this is just... pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add... I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brained protesters and... But pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going? After that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock-solid, slam-dunk witness a girl could ask for. Of course it's her. Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now, and the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling like that's going to be a sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They said that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories? Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes, but, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you ever have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner, met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that's what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that it would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased's mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell was this about? We have private correspondences that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if it's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime. Convincing! Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist that he was meeting with and speaking with for the past year. Along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan. Wait, but doesn't he have a... Doesn't he have an executive plan? Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in this court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. He didn't have a platinum plan. I'll gladly object, on the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan? Yeah, that's 4. IV is 4, yes. Not a platinum plan? What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And if he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone, your own witness had attested that he dealt with stalkers and worried about his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but it doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. Jen's testimony. All building calls are recorded and monitored by Noble. I'm gonna up the ante on this. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. There we go. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes. Since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it, though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in a campaign of corporate espionage. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months? Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest. There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employer's many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal. You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police as evidence gathering into question. All because you can't admit for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... I'm sorry, but did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Okay, that's funny. Yes, ma'am. With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please, tell us, when exactly did he last? I need to look through... Not witness testimony. Poison, manufacturer, whiskey spill, share evaluation, platinum plan, contract, talk screen, CCE. Salt shaker, David's cup, Jung story, chromofuge, whiskey, executive plan, David's autopsy, tenants, console, Isaac's call, recorded calls, Starling's testimony. When exactly did he last contact you? I think. God, I hope that's right. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. And do we feel that's relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? The texting makes a big difference. Because he reached out to her. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Dunno why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Okay, you can pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand. Fill all the slots to submit your answer. Okay, so Isaac's call at 6:30. I know that happened. I know this happened. I think. Yes, that's it. Sweet. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m., and he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reasoning for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were, exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize then. Half an hour before he had his breakup, or half an hour after he already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will allow just a moment, sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, We must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer, from inside the house. Adonai, not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean he was the one who used the manufacturer. Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford... I've gained access to the hard drive files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm awake. And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38. Meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that. If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. I don't know, I feel like so far I'm losing pretty bad. But that may just be me not having my case put together entirely. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor, what's that android doing on camera? You've made up most of your losses, which means... That is about what I thought. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone... I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. Emily, please tell me what I... That's an order. Yep. That, right there, is what we need to protect Sarah from. That's what I thought. I don't want to be I don't want to be bragging over being right, but the whole time I thought I was going to be wrong. That just I've had this theory in the back of my mind for most of the chapter since shortly after we met Sarah, actually. And, well, now I've been proven right. I can't help but gloat a little. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay. Chalk up another victory from Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. 8:47 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true, unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Mr. Rockford? Or Mrs. Rockford. Why did I say Mr.? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trial so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. Okay, so we've got a new profile for her. November 26th, height 169 centimeters, blood type A+, occupation superior judge of the higher circuit, likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs, dislike parking lots, noise pollution, mud, avoids overspending on restaurants, splurges on expensive hotels, and relaxes by watching action movies. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like make rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do, exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man. Killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try and wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case numbers? Case ID is 241277. A. Docket number YT9843188282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT9843188282. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyways? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have all the procedures for this kind of thing laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it's not guaranteed that Sarah was programmed with that as a tenet, is it? Because we've established that robots made for the military are not programmed with that it cannot harm its creator as a tenet. So she can't reasonably be proven to be truly artificial intelligence if she can't reasonably be proven to have violated her tenets. We also established when we were registering her that even though she has hacking capabilities, that she could not be, that she is not possible or capable of violating or of hacking her own tenets. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. Something about this speech reads more self-deprecating than it is deprecating towards Sarah herself. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah, whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Yeah, this, if anything, this is very indicative of Morgan's character. Because on one hand, she seems on one hand, whenever she's talking about her own less than ethical deeds, she speaks without remorse, as if she's almost distancing herself from the implications of those actions. But this right here, this reads more to me as Morgan talking about herself than Sarah. It's even got sort of a, it's not your fault type of, it's even got a sort of, it's not your fault because you were born wrong. Like, you're not at fault for your horrible actions. It's just in your nature. This type of thing. Maybe I'm doing too much character analysis. But either way, this is not indicative of Sarah to me. This is indicative of Morgan's mindset. Although, given that Morgan's the one speaking, that's fairly self-evident. But it's not, my point being, it's not Morgan's mindset towards Sarah, it's Morgan's mindset towards herself. Not your fault, necessarily. See? If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Okay. So I was right about that. Okay. So maybe I have a better grasp on the characters than I thought I did. I usually have a little bit of trouble reading visual novel characters and reading, like, what's the right answer, especially in something like this, where the answers are more often than not purposefully left ambiguous. But maybe I'm not quite as lost as I thought I was. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and... Didn't even think about that. They both practice normal. I mean, there's been indicators of this being Morgan's mindset throughout both chapter 0 and this chapter. But this is the first time the comparison has been explicit. And trying to get something to take root and grow, despite knowing that it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. But that's not Sarah. That's Morgan. And it's honestly a rather depressing way to view yourself. Oh, stretch. I probably should stretch this trial's gonna get long. I thought there was a suspicious amount of unused evidence. Morgan? What was that, counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, counselor. But there's nothing to defend. Without context, it's kind of funny Morgan relates most to the killer robot. I mean, that's kind of fair. But also, look at the network we have for her so far. Like, this is going to be not quite relevant to the current trial, but relevant to Morgan's character, the profiles we have. We've got her lawyer friend, who is very specifically, who's very clearly only in it for the money and the fame. We have got we've got Sarah, we've got Rockford, who we've already established is sort of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Like, she seems relatively sweet at first, but obviously she's a force to be reckoned with in the courtroom if she's never lost to Morgan. Fran, who we've already established is not exactly the most bound by, well, it's not exactly the most bound by the rule of law. David, who we've already established was also clearly not who he appeared, given that he built Sarah in secret with military capabilities, and with near AI level intelligence. And, of course, Morgan herself. Plus, we can theorize that Morgan has other contacts within some sort of network. She's mentioned, I think, well, one, she mentions the company as a proper noun. And two, I believe she's mentioned other people who were aware of her habits, let's say, or hobbies, I guess. Either way, of course there's more to Morgan than she appears, even beyond what we know of her. Because that is what every other character who's been directly linked to her has going on. But there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor. I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no law is broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. A recent purchase, more bug than a picnic. Sarah's papers? Okay, so what am I proving? I'm proving that something was... And actually, for the record, we can't prove that Sarah killed him. I have no doubt that she absolutely is an AI who could violate her tenets if she so chose, but we have no proof that Sarah killed him. Proves ownership of Sarah, a recent purchase, describes David's employment and fireable offenses like fraud. I think it's Sarah's papers. If not, I'm about to lose a shit ton of chips. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. The hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are, risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty, and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. I suppose I'll just have to admit that I am. It'd be funny if it wasn't so... fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? Her monetary value alone would be enough to convince most people. Worth a lot of zeros. Yes, she is. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. Sweet gambling endorphins. I mean, you're not wrong, but is it gambling if I know I'm right? Like, I'm happy to risk losing a higher number of chips when it's something like this and I know I'm right. You've gotta be. I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. 99 to 1 is still a gamble. I suppose that's fair. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have the right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. I need some water. Okay, there we go. Now I can do more voice acting type stuff. Your Honor, a trial like this would be. I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical difference between AIs and ants. Spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what concerns an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says that my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, and so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted. Don't be cute. I feel the stomachals are coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than an absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. All right. If we're gambling, then this is going to be one hell of a gamble. Morgan? I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water? Damn, that's kind of blunt. And honestly, a little cruel. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. If you ever lose track of the hand, just go all in. Fair. Have y'all ever heard the story about that, the time that someone ran a poker AI competition, and the winning bot's code was just, if it's your turn, go all in. And it messed up the risk estimating algorithms of all the other bots so badly, they just folded. Don't know how well that applies in real life, because, again, I don't really gamble, but only thing I can even really say I gamble on is gacha games, and even then I'm free to play for almost every one. But it certainly seems to apply in this case. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm just not convinced AI can be evil either. Never heard that, but sounds about right. Gambling is part risk assessment, part character observation. So take out all the character and your game doesn't work. Very fair. That's also why I feel like I'd be very bad if I tried to ever gamble with any real stakes, is because I can't, I really struggle to estimate character. Like, I can't read people to save my life. I can do the risk assessment. The risk assessment's all just numbers. But the reading people, I ain't got nothing. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. Actually, you know what? That's pretty based. That is very based on Morgan's part. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what. 9:31 a.m., July 2nd, 2086. Okay, so I have a feeling I'm just about to get right back into the trial, so I am going to take a really quick break and go grab a snack, so that I'm not, like, starving by the time I end stream. I hope that's okay. I will be back in half a second. I just have to go grab a snack first. But yeah, I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll keep going. Okay. Ah, shit, my tracking's broken. God damn it. Ah. Anyways, hello, I'm back. I'm trying to get my tracking working again, so I apologize for the background noise while I move stuff around on my desk so I can take my phone off its stand without knocking stuff over. I really need to clean off my desk. There's too much stuff here. Alright, I'm gonna have to recalibrate my model, because otherwise it's going to be stuck looking this way for... Okay. There we go. Now we're good. Move my charger cord out of the way. Okay. Now we're back. Okay. Game audio on. Let's do this. 9:31 a.m., July 2nd, Precinct 254. Homicide Office. So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got a collar? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Alright, so I need to know what that is. Search terms. Collar. Restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, preventing mod users from sending commands to any implanted tech below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective. Collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as means of meaningfully inhibiting a wearer's mod usage have been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have stymied product development cycles. Okay. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So as long as the door is locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. No, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry. If the public think Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs looking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer and see if it has the tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. No, we got perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Yes, I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke. A 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fell back on the drumhead court material. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? No, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from outside? You're not coming in, I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. And it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like, your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just have to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. Ha! Morgan is absolutely the bluffing type, but in this case, I think she does have the evidence to back herself up. You must not do a lot of gambling, Detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look, I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know. Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. Huh. I was not expecting that from him, of all people, but you know what? I'm not gonna complain. If it works, it works. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. The fact that they're calling... that they're saying Sarah looks like a child when she's literally the same size as me... is just... ouch. I was not expecting to get called out for being short so many times in this game, but here we are. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse, the footage. This numbness around my neck. Bother. What happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Oh, yeah, I did. I forgot that's. I forgot where the on button was. That's gotta be unfortunate. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Fear. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... There are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. Yes, but it's significantly more difficult to legislate humans than it is to legislate machines if you can argue they aren't alive. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. I guess there's no logical reason. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing. Something to be celebrated. Aww. She's still trying to be supportive of Sarah. Like, Morgan is totally not parent material, but I can see her, like... I can see her trying. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? With a capital R, rights. That is actually important in the... It makes sense that Morgan would emphasize, well, that Morgan would say rights with a capital R as if you can vocalize whether a letter is capital or not. Because she's a lawyer. And rights with a capital R implies legal standing. Let's say yes to all of that. We treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? No, because they think you killed someone. Asher, hey Morgan, what should Morgan, one day blinding stew. That's entirely fair. I'm just like, I'm just like picturing Asher as like just picturing Asher as like this tired single dad asking for advice, and Morgan's just like, Morgan is being entirely unhelpful. Great, now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we used to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. Oh my god, it's another game about characters having existential crises. It's another game that makes me, like, adore a character and then makes them have a series of existential crises and makes me watch. There's gotta be a name for that. Like, I've played too many of them in the past couple weeks for there to not be a name for that. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protections. Suffer-throughs? Pain-likes? No, because I feel like there's... Well, maybe not pain-like, but, like, there is definitely a genre of games that are intended to be painful to play. Fear and Hunger comes to mind, as well as Pathologic. Those are probably the two most famous examples, but there are others. Games that are intended to be painful or, like, distressing to play through. Those I would call pain likes. This, I don't really know if it has a... Suffer throughs might be a little bit more accurate, but I'm still not entirely sure it fits. Anyway, so we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is, I am more aware, more alert. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Oh, using her own words against her. You go, Sarah. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. I'm like 80% sure Sarah just definitively proved to Morgan that she is, I guess, an AI. Oh yeah, the why does Pluto wear a collar and Goofy wear clothes argument. Oh, Artificer Eden, thank you for the follow. And welcome. I don't think I've seen your name around before, so. I am playing a game with some really philosophical questions about the nature of existence and some truly horrible people in it. And Sarah. I adore Sarah. You're new. Well, welcome. It's good to see you. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously. It's my neck that's on the line. There's my alert sound that I normally use to catch whether or not I get, like, a stream alert when I can't have them on screen because they take up too much screen real estate. Especially in a game like this where I think the visuals are a big part of it. But, it's delayed by a couple seconds. Saul Goodman, protect us. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna have to channel my inner unethical lawyer, if I even have one. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No? That's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? Okay, so I am gonna actually... Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove that he is not real by pointing to his absence. You can prove guilt, but... you can prove guilt, but you cannot prove... innocence. Boom and Echo talked about this a lot. Oh, that's a game I hadn't heard the name of in a while. That's another one that I haven't actually played. Gonna be lurking for a bit before I need to head out. I hope you're enjoying the game so far. I'm loving the game so far. I love anything with really interesting characters that I can sort of try and break down. And this game has nothing if not interesting characters. Like, I feel like the interesting characters, the trying to get to know all of them is at the core, right next to the actually solving the murder. But anyways, have fun lurking, I guess? I'm never sure what the right response to that is. It's, just... I'm happy you're here. Enjoy your lurking. Nationalize. I know what nationalizing is. I've studied American history. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing in the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active on Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? I don't remember doing it. Amnesia. Yep. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted. It is the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. There's also Hempel's Raven, but I'm not sure if that'll be as relevant here. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Give me a second, I'm gonna look that up. Because if there's any chance it will be relevant, it's probably useful for me to know. Alright, Indoor ornithology is a paradox arising from the question of what constitutes evidence for the truth of a statement. Observing objects that are neither black nor ravens may formally increase the likelihood that all ravens are black, even though intuitively these observations are unrelated. Interesting. Okay, so what I just read basically is that Hempel's Raven is a paradox that says that, in theory, observing an object that is not black and is not a raven can lead evidence to the conclusion that all ravens are black, even though they objectively have no relation. Which comes from the idea that if one is true and two is true, then one and two must be able to be true simultaneously. I'm not explaining this the right way. There's a logical thought process that basically says all ravens are black, and well, there's a logical process that says give me a second. I'm gonna look at the Wikipedia again. All ravens are black is the basic theory. And so then that leads itself to the conclusion that if something is not black, then it can't be a raven. And because of that then leads to the third conclusion, which leads to a third conclusion that if you find something that's not black and not a raven, it supports the second statement, which then theoretically supports the first statement. So, like, for example, if an apple is green, then an apple is green. It is not black and it is not a raven. Therefore, you can theoretically assume that because you have seen something that is not black and not a raven, that you can then assume that all ravens are black. Which is paradoxical because it implies that you learned something about ravens by looking at an apple. I do definitely think that applies here, although possibly slightly less relevant than the devil's proof. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony. Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? I mean, on one hand, yes, but on the other hand, people tend to believe... People operate on confirmation bias, which means that they tend to believe evidence that proves an existing theory over evidence that disproves it. Which is also sort of related to Hempel's Raven, now that I think about it. But yeah, it's a philosophical thought experiment. It's meant to give you a headache from thinking about it in circles. They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah. About that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Aww. Yeah, she looked tired. That is possibly the cutest way to describe someone. And here's Morgan, willing to admit that she's tired, but not that she's pretty. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out. Holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. Wait, so if this happened before he texted Jess... Can I ask you something? Sure? If this happened before Dr. Asher texted Jess, then it implies that his action... Well, I mean, correlation does not equal causation, but it generates some possibility that Asher entrusted Sarah to the care of Morgan specifically because he knew she had developed sentience. Which, again, correlation does not equal causation, but it's one hell of a correlation here. Especially because he specifically entrusted Sarah to Morgan with the idea that he would trust her above anyone else. And so... that implies that he knew that he would defend, that Morgan would defend Sarah. Can you read? I mean, I can read. I don't know what that means, though. Google Translate it is. I don't know how to pronounce that either. I mean, assuming it comes from Russian, I can guesstimate, but... Privet ya Mishka Melody? I think I said that right. I can, like, put it through Google Translate to check the pronunciation, but... Oh, why did I have Google Translate muted?
Привет, я Мишка Мелоди.
Oh, I wasn't too far off. But, yeah, I mean, I try. I'm usually not very good at languages. Well, I mean, I'm decent at English. I speak some amount of Spanish. I wouldn't really call myself conversational anymore, but I can read and understand Spanish. Actually, speaking Spanish is a little bit more complicated on my end because I have to put the words together in my head. And then I can read a tiny bit of Japanese. No kanji, though, just hiragana and some katakana. But yeah, anyways, I'm not very good at languages, I'm sorry. But I gave it a shot. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back. Or just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. That's a quote from something. And that translates to a motive for murder. Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. For some reason, I find the fact that she points that out really cute. No, you don't have to be sorry for asking. It's perfectly okay. I'm always willing to give it a try. I just can't guarantee I'll be any good at it. Anyways, the fact that Sarah points that out, the fact that she chooses to be pedantic here is honestly really cute. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. Sarah's read Frankenstein. Based. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Dad and I. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Oh yeah, so Sarah is definitely sentient. Not for any reason. Because I loved... Yeah, see that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Okay, that's blunt, but it's true. If Sarah admits to feeling any kind of emotion, any sort of attachment to a person, that will get her incinerated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? You don't. I say let's stick to what we do know. And there is Morgan deflecting the deep philosophical questions. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it is perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I can implicate the company as Sarah's creation. No. They're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but... Adonai? What would happen if I did kill Father?
They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully. And you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. That's actually a decent message to take. Okay, so this legal system is clearly modeled after either the American legal system or something very similar to it. But either way, if you have the right to a lawyer, don't talk to the cops without your lawyer present. Just don't do it. If you have the right to a lawyer, use it. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap?
You didn't say what would happen to you.
What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now.
I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted.
I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it.
10:20 a.m., July 2nd, 2086.
Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early.
Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right?
Trying to brute force your way inside?
I said, right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage? Of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that now, and now it's checking for updates.
No rush. Would you like to know the password?
You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear.
Relax. I want to get in there as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please.
Tell me the password, please. Just tell her.
ADONAI.
Thanks.
Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself.
So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. They just cut out the entire conversation. God damn, what did she say to make them cut out the entire conversation? Even Morgan's a little shocked.
You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside.
You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? And I'll call it the aristocrats. They had to cut the entire conversation out. That's funny to me because, like, Rhea seems like the strict type, but not like the type who would curse so badly at basically her employees that they would cut it all out for probably fear of being, age-locked. You should cover your mouth when you yawn.
Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool?
I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few files worth of camera footage there were a few years worth of camera footage files that we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt. Alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. Okay, what evidence did I get? Basement footage. And when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for. So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height. The tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own ass. I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Okay, so never mind. Maybe I did mischaracterize. Toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. Jesus, that's fast. 100 kilometers per hour. Actually, how much is 100 kilometers per hour? Again, I am unfortunately American, so like every time they use a metric unit, I have to convert it so that I can figure out like how it compares to what I know. All right, so I need kilometers to miles. 100 kilometers. 62 miles. So 0 to 60 in 1.43 seconds. Yeah, that's fast. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, this conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it, when he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. So that's Sarah's hibernation pod. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. So Morgan hasn't played a lot of Final Fantasy then, I guess. Grace is searching the cabinets now, same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. This data pad is displaying a news article from last week. Listening to you in the background and, you know, music, your pleasant voice, and then bang! Scary. Oh, sorry. I didn't think... I didn't think that one. Sorry. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to repair loses latest appeal. Okay, so he was a right to repair advocate. Or an anti-right to repair. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit. once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction, and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of... My voice didn't want to work for a second. The fact that the ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as... Journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more... sales than ever? Yeah, more sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us the replacement. There will always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast, vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? I double-clicked. What was that? Came from under the desk. Okay, so there were drawers. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have its name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. She's slipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you... This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we speak. Ow! Shit. My head. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So, how long's it been? 2 months or so? And still that's sensitive. So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as You know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice command? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. You don't have muscles attached to your tailbone. It's entirely vestigial. Yeah! See? There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Now I've just got one less of them. Here, take the journal, and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top, then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21,165 through 26,643. Somewhere in there. 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New wrap for the meshing issue, though. Good. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. BMBLO Bumplo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. A squid, evolution can do their job better. Colette came in to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Oh, damn. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is that if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and all the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick and you can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again after leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. Couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask where I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. I would guess this is when he started making Sarah, and he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent, slightly. Like it was looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement, all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should also be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. He views Sarah as a person. Doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he'd programmed millions of them. He programmed her from scratch. Also implying that he wasn't using Tess. Interesting. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace. Especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd have to actually get back into reading, so... I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which is that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Oh, hello, Viewbot. You are getting promptly banned. Bedraggled Deader. The viewbots always have interesting names. Like, I understand that it's probably randomly generated through a mix of two random words, but they always fit together in an interesting way. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's like 100 pages of this. 100 pages of David Asher. I've been rereading My Hero Academia, and David Shield is the big, like, tech scientist in it. I still don't like the way it ends. Although I get the feeling that the ending was unpopular among more people than just me. But either way, wires crossed in my brain. As if my brain isn't all crossed wires. Calling her his daughter. Talking about her smile. Treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. Yeah, what's up? I'm here. I'm present. He was in Two Heroes, right? Yeah. I think so. Oh, hydrate. Good idea. Thank you. Yeah, he was in Two Heroes, and his daughter becomes a supporting character more than he does eventually. But yeah, two scientists, two like prominent scientists with the same first name who are very attached to their daughters. It makes somewhat sense that I would mix them up, but I'm not paying 100% attention. Drink some water. Okay, I drank some water. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand? If she read this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message, buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. Huh. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. Well, stretch. I should probably do that too. But I feel like it hasn't been that long since I sat down for my break. Or maybe I've just been absorbed in the game. I I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction. North. But of course I'm not a roboticist. Or a mechanist. Or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. So he named them after famous philosophers. Although notably Virgil. Well, not really philosophers. Poets would probably be more accurate. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Enid. And Enid was novel. Virgil leads Dante out of hell. Homer was a famous historian, or at least an orator, so their purposes match the name. That's fair. And, well, Virgil was a real person. Dante wrote Inferno and the Divine Comedy as a whole, specifically thinking of Virgil, the author. And Homer was all three of them, a historian, an orator, and a poet. Because on one hand, he did tell the histories of the Trojan War, the Odyssey, and the Odyssey and the Iliad. But he also told them in the ancient Greek tradition, which was through poems and theater. Like, speeches are, in their own way, a form of poetry. That's probably a controversial opinion. I think a lot of people with literature degrees would disagree with that fact. But speeches, retellings of stories, are in their own way poetry, at least in my opinion. And Enid was novel in many ways. Enid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them, with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. That's what I thought. I need more power. I am, again, not entirely sure what you're referencing, but I can tell you're referencing something. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. Devil May Cry, The Brothers Dante and Virgil, fun series. That's another one that's on my list. I know I say a million things that are on my list, but that one genuinely is on it. I just have to find the time. Being a college student means that I'm busy. I feel like I've barely had time to, do stuff like make thumbnails recently. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other, small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets? Oh, shit. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Enid over 2 years ago? Well, shit, don't just admit it. Look at her face. She's thinking the exact same thing I am, which is, you dumbass, you just admitted that on recording. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated. And together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aenid, naturally. Alright, so the names come from Greek. Which kind of makes sense considering... Well, it's an interesting comparison between him and Morgan, because most sort of legalese and legal... is Aeneas, who founded Rome. He was one of the founders of Rome. The legend goes that there were two brothers raised by the wolf goddess Lupa, Remus and Romulus. And eventually they fought, and Remus and Romulus split off. Oh shit, I just moved my overlay on accident. Didn't mean to do that. I was messing around with my mouse while I was trying to remember the legend. So there were Remus and Romulus, and eventually they fought, and Romulus decided to go off on his own, and he founded Rome. That's where the name Rome comes from the name Romulus. But Aeneas was one of the very influential figures in the founding of Rome, at least in mythos. The area between mythos and actual history is very, very fuzzy. When it comes to specifically ancient Greek and ancient Roman history, because myth was so inextricably intertwined with everything that they did. It was intertwined with their view of the world in a way you can't escape. Sort of in the same way that the Christian canon is now, is that a lot of history you can't escape Christianity because it's so irrevocably intertwined with the way people view the world. You get sort of the same thing when it comes to the Middle East and Islam. And for some regions of Europe, you get the same thing when it comes to Judaism, and specifically the Old Testament. The themes change faster than the background in this game. That's fair. But what was I saying? I was saying something. Oh, him taking the names for his creations in whoa, late night melody stream. Hi, mouse. Typing a little fast there, perhaps. But yes, it is sort of a late night stream. I wasn't intending to stream for this long, but then I got invested, so now I'm here. It's an interesting difference between him and Morgan, that he takes the names from his creations from Greek, and especially the fact that he used Cube, which predates Test as a language, but presumably Test is based off of the programming languages that predated, including Cube. Because almost everything in the legal system stems from Latin. And a lot of it stems from Roman legislative tradition as well. There's this idea of common law, which are things that aren't like explicitly written in the law, but that we generally accept as law because they're just generally accepted principles of how life in society works. Like, there are some things that are common law and aren't. There are some things that are like common law and written in law, but there are things that aren't like explicitly written in law that are in common law. Like, for example, the idea of common law marriage, the idea that if you're living together and you're introducing someone as your spouse, if you're introducing someone as your husband or your wife, you're married, whether or not you are legally married in the eyes of the law. That sort of thing. And so I think it's kind of funny that David, who's all about building things from the ground up, in using what's basically archaic technology at this point in the future, is naming all of his things from Greek myth, when almost everything about Morgan and her place in the legal system comes from Roman statute. It's an interesting contrast. I might be overanalyzing it. I definitely might be overanalyzing it, but I think it's interesting. I don't know if you're pulling your hair out, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building. And I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Look at her. Like, I can tell exactly what she's thinking right now, and exactly what she's thinking is, God damn it, David. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kind of. And so, things sped up, and there got to be, well... Should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... More than 300? Okay, I know that he's, like, dead and we haven't really had an opportunity to properly, like, meet him, but... The fact that he goes, you'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so I'm gonna do it. So I'm going to say something. Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied. Like, people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all, together, helped me make Sarah. Spent years like this. Spent years working alongside AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud. At this point, I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron. A single, microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. I mean, most artificial intelligence right now is trained off of a neural network. But the idea of literally recreating a human brain artificially is fascinating. Like, that's beyond a neural network. That is... It's self-contained. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. I mean, when they were talking about the Animate 16 earlier, they did imply that the wires functioned like neurons, but to imply that it actually was a neuron, that it would be capable of, like, being a self-contained, functioning brain, is really interesting. You can't mean. About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Could make even more in less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really, she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to. You ever made a rock candy? So, Sarah's internals have a crystalline structure? I'm sure that's not what they're trying to imply, but it's still interesting. Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed, she was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not... I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world's a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names. Which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me. And doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that. But I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. For now. Okay, so my very earliest theory is still on the table. I am not going to say what it is quite yet, but if it gets proven right, you will know. But I don't want to, like, as great as this is going to sound, I don't want to overplay my hand until I figure out if I'm right. Because this is really out there. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask, and a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell. And in the system, and my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous. So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Whole new form of gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or his message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? Because he had a plan. The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? 12:27 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. So, how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she even got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. It's nice to the ears every time from the text sound. It is kind of pleasant, yeah. I find some of those text sounds really irritating, but this one's not too bad. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those... Gogs? Next slang term growing in popularity among adolescents referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derived from groundhog. Known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation with the implication that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of. They said they were the place, and they said they were in the place that looked the part. Why? Because they had couches. She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer with the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline, though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest ID pass at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled, and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up at the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Okay, I like her. I have been, like, very solidly neutral in her for most of the time, but I like her. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. A girl with long legs could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Watch Morgan hire Jess as her secretary, and then Jess has to clean up. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just I think what with the Sarah issue. You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of... Instead of what? Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface. A slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be. Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they won't personally have anything to risk in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. God, she is manipulative as hell. I mean, it's going to get what needs to get done, but still. Damn. I know I called this a game about horrible women, but it really is. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract? Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be. Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? Isn't it an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Animate 16. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability. Care to tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your worm androids to move realistically? It pushed the timetable for worm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions? I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Cells have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, I practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Error reports? What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff? As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Distribution patterns. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh, hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. I hate that. Why did my model do that? Why did... Of all the ways for my tracking to break it, I had to do that? Why? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh, very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? Shipping. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh. Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Edit history's clear, would be my guess? Like Sarah's is. No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29FFCE010311, taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD019634, substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. 67BBTC 899543, returned to assembly for revisions. Replaced by 67BBTD 592698. Shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process? Must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away of explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Tenants. Here we go. This is the important one. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. And, Morgan, but not Freeman. Who is she? A detective? So she is a defense lawyer. So basically, when someone is accused of a crime, it's her job to argue on their behalf. Dr. David Asher, the dead guy, was a close friend of hers. And she found out after he died that he had wanted her to be his lawyer. And so when they said that he committed suicide, which is technically a crime, it's not the kind of crime that there's any real punishment for because, well, the person who committed it is dead. But it is technically a crime. And so it has to have a trial. And so she decided that as his lawyer, she was obliged to argue against the suicide charges. And so she managed to successfully prove that he didn't commit suicide, but also inadvertently managed to get people to think that Sarah's the one who killed him. And so because she's a lawyer, she has the right, she has the authority of the court to go around and influence people. She has access to any documents that the police have gathered, all of that sort of thing. So she's not really a detective. She's not working for the police, but she has many of the same powers as one because of her position as a lawyer. She's also a serial killer, but that's honestly fairly beside the point at this part. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. Their language affects how they think. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the serial killing thing is really just a hobby of hers. It's not exactly relevant to the main story. Although I'm sure it will become relevant at some point, but... And it's the same for machines. Well, yeah, that's why people can learn new languages and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. And now Morgan's being self-deprecating again. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry is a little outside of my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Asher's blood. The poison? What is it? Didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal database. Well, we don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based, narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. Oh. Interesting. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal nanofacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Jonia led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition, then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely, then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Okay, so she's Jeff Bezos. Good to know. Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if the chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So, you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, it can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the serotonin. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on base, during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office, know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies, hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. I mean, that is literally what Morgan does for work, is make people think you're fighting for them. Whether you are actually fighting for them or not, doesn't matter. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses and proper process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divisions of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet, I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective Reyes. It's Morgan. Chuckles. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scene yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disabled. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan, counselor. Your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Déjà vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. Oh. Okay. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. 1:40 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108A. Evangeline Morgan. Helen John. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? I'll play their game for now. Pardon me, in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So, who exactly will be joining us? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good, either. Right. So they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. I'm gonna go ahead and clarify what that is. Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061 intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile. Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. The board. Always ethereal. At least it's not a mysterious gray pyramid. Good point. Notice that it's the board, a proper noun, like it is the company, like it is capital legal. Capital L legal. They're always regarded as their own entity. It's not made up of the people on it. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation has made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Alright, I'll clear that. I'm just going to clear out my notifications while I'm here. Spoken like a true believer. Except mob act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion. Or just a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works... Didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics has ever suspected that he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thank you for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least, half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its vision for the direction of this company. You know something interesting I'm noticing right now? The corporate types are always blue. When you get like these like colored character highlights, the corporate types are always blue. Dawes was blue. And now she's blue as well. Morgan and Reyes are red. As far as I remember, Emma is pink, but her silhouette did flash red when we hit her with evidence during the initial trial. So there's also that. But either way, it may not be representative of anything at all. It may just be a stylistic choice. But it's an interesting detail. A board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. If you want it to be poetic, it could be their allegiances literally bleeding through. I mean, it would be kind of funny that the corporate types are literal blue bloods. But you can't be big fans of it either. And I mean, it's fairly obvious what this game thinks of megacorporations. Well, maybe not this game. It's fairly obvious what Morgan herself thinks of mega corporations, and because the game is framed through her, it seems the game has a similar opinion. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping, young, 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state might still gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whoever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Morgan's favorite thing. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then you pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Don't forget about water. You're right. You are 100% right. I was having fun with the voice acting. Villains are, well, not even really villains, just characters who aren't straight good are always the most fun to play. Because, like, I mean, everyone wants to see the good guy win, but at the same time, good guys are kind of boring to play. But the bad guys, now that's where it's fun. That's where the fun is. And the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah. It's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Trying to think if the colors could have any reference to gambling. Decks sometimes come in sets of 2, usually as a measure to prevent cheating. Then they try and color the backs red and blue to differentiate the difference, or to denote the differences. That could be it, although the more immediate thing that comes to mind is poker chips. Like, everything Morgan has is red. But if you're playing poker, usually people have different colors of chips, so you can denote who's bet what. So that's the resemblance that pops out to me, but it could easily be the decks of cards as well. I'm not exactly super familiar with gambling in general. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Oh, I'm out of water. Well, I was hoping I'd be able to finish this today, but I just ran out of water, and that's usually my sign that if I've drank my whole giant bottle of water, it's like a 40-ounce bottle of water, it's huge. If I drank my whole 40-ounce bottle of water, that's probably a sign that I've been streaming too long, but I will finish this section at least. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After, you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. Chips can also be separated by value, though there's no uniform value assigned to them. Reds are usually on the lower end in packaging, though. Interesting. Okay. Again, this is the gambling metaphors are way out of my wheelhouse. It's not exactly something I'm familiar with. I mean, I'm tangentially familiar with it through exposure to gambling through media, but it's not really something I know. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count, then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar. It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which makes it just that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. What was that about water? Oh, so I have this giant bottle of water, 40 ounces, which is really big. I have a unit converter still open from when I was looking at distances, so volume, not time, volume. US fluid ounce to a milliliter, I guess. So 40 ounces is roughly 1,200 milliliters, so a lot of water. And since I've drank that much water, it's probably a sign that I've been streaming for too long. I've played a million hands of video poker and a few games with people. It's a neat lens to view this game through. I've played 1 or 2 games with friends, but I've never, played a game with any actual stakes. It's usually just, loser has to complete a dare or something similar. Okay, that's enough hydrates. You're fine. I don't know if you meant to review it 3 times, but I get the point. Where was I? ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it, I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Jung d'Arc on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. Not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her. Perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So, David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though? you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in that will you'd rather not have see the light of day? We are not jealous in-laws who have been bribing the county sheriff, counselor. Anything we tried to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor. I lost quite a few chips on that, I think. Although I'm still at 86, so that's not too bad. Sarah. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So, was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Jung. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Really? Really? I know that most of what she's saying here is meant to be corporate bullshit, but that is the most corporate bullshit of corporate bullshit she's said so far. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations? That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... something buzzing in your ear. Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Very. Now, I know why we needed the details of his employment contract. I was wondering about that. Seemed a suspiciously conspicuous piece of evidence to not be relevant. Well then, I suppose that's... blackjack. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a megacorporation without even telling me? Until recently. Yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No. This was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, forgoing any royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands. Even took a photo. Yeah, that looks lovely. All the members of the legal department. And notice how they're not people, they're just accessories. It's glasses, earpieces, and earrings. They're not people, they're surveillance tools. Again, that may be a stylistic choice to remove the effort of having to draw NPCs in every background. But it's also, I believe, it also seems to have some thematic relevance, if not plot relevance. Lovely. Huh. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him. So I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked. Reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea who was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department theorize that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive, theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight among preset tenets. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. Oh, but I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing? I'm just defending myself, Mrs. Jung. Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Jung. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title. At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. 2:50 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Alright, so my plan is to stop right before the next courtroom segment starts, but I don't think I'm done with Discovery. But I am going to save here just in case. I think it'd probably be worth it to save. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. Okay, so this is the trial segment then. I'm gonna go ahead and save again. And then I think I'm gonna stop here for today because I do not have another hour and a half to go through what's going to be a definitively much longer trial. Nor do I really have the mental energy at this time of night. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna finish up here for today. Give me a second and I will check and see if there's anyone I can raid. I am genuinely not used to having enough people here to raid, so it's kind of nice, really. Let's see. Oh, there's quite a few people playing it today, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and raid a friend of mine, if that's alright. He's playing Stardew Valley, so something considerably cozier than this game. I think we could all use a little bit cozy after this whole mess. Not to say the game's not bad, just that it's a little... not exactly the definition of cozy. But, yeah, I will go ahead and finish up here today. Let me switch to my chatting. But, yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I will be back here on Thursday. Not with this game. I think I'm playing Hypnospace Outlaw on Thursday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm playing Hypnospace Outlaw on Thursday. But, anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I'm gonna go ahead and start the raid. And then I will see y'all later. Okay, raiding. Start raid. Thank you. Bye.